O rádio é que... Good afternoon, everyone. We are here in Vilamoura, and welcome to Vilamoura for our second day of this live streaming for the Pro Group for 20 and for 70 Junior European Championships. It's a beautiful day in Vilamoura with good, very warm weather, close to 40 degrees. The fleets are just going out now, and we are expecting some very nice racing today. As our first guest, I will introduce to you José Massapina, who is the chairman of the 420 international class. Please, José, can you join us here? Welcome, José.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming and joining us on this live streaming today. José is our chairman of the class, and I believe you've been doing a big effort to develop the class and to push all these young kids to sail. Tell us a little bit what's been your plan and your ideas for the future of the class.
Hi, good afternoon. 420 sailors of the world, relatives, coaches, team leaders, and all those that are watching this streaming. Hope you like it. It's the first time you are doing that to the 420s. Yes, I'm now the president, but I'm at the class at almost 20 years. I've been with development and promotion of the class since always, and even now the sportive area is with Dimitris Dimu, the vice president, and helped by the treasurer Jackie Taylor and the secretary Fuvia, and I keep with me the development and the promotion of the class. Yes, we have done on the last years an extensive promotional development plan. Even this year, we had some problems during the moment with COVID, but we could manage to do something. And also this year, we are prepared to go now. We had always a clinic in Hungary, a pre-Worlds clinic, and now we are going to Chile, and we will close in terms of clinics in November with a high-level coaches clinic in Imperia, Italy. So, in the way, we have other actions with the Optimist and with the other young classes, but we are doing our best to develop the class.
So the 420 class is a class where the kids, after the Optimists, they keep working on their sailing career. Let's put it that way, so that they can then move into other classes, either Olympic classes or other classes. So you see the 420 class as actually a passage from the Optimist to many of these classes. Normally, how many years the sailors stay in the class?
420 class is and still being one of the best and biggest youth training class all over the world. We are in more than 60 nations, and we have almost 60,000 boats spread all over the world. And we want to be seen, because it is like that, we want to be seen as the right pathway to all the classes. And we don't want to be seen only like the pathway to the 470.
Of course.
And
yes.
the story tells us that the big and the best sailors all over the world in all the classes, 49er, yachts, 420, windsurfing, whatever
they
all pass by the 420.
That's
so
very good.
we want to be seen as the pathway to all the classes all over the world. And,
sure.
And we are looking to expose that to the world. We are not only we have in our events the ladies, the World Championship ladies, and the other events with ladies, men and mix. And we have under 17, under 19, so we have a lot of medals to give in our events. Another thing is that we give the opportunity to the coaches and sailors. We give a lot of tools to develop and to use. You can go to our website and also to our YouTube, and you can see a lot of the 420 to the max, the online book of exercises. A lot of tools that coaches can use and sailors can use to teach and to know more about that.
And so these clinics that the class have been organizing, is it more orientated to the sailors, or is also to help the coaches? What is the whole idea? How many clinics do you do? Do you do it throughout the whole year? Is it specifically in some continents? How does tell us a little bit about that?
First of all, we identified the places all over the globe that needs to be helped, need to be pushed. For example, now we are going to Chile, as I told you before, because we see that Chile is a little bit down. They had a good fleet and they had very good sailors, but now with the COVID and other factors, they stop a little bit, and we want to go there to push them. But we identified, now we are going to present next week during the Worlds at the General Assembly our plan for next year. So we identify the problems and the places where we have to go. And for example, next year we will have 2 clinics in Europe, in Latvia, and let's see another one. We are trying to see what's the best places. We are going also to the Caribbean. We are going to Asia. So we identify the problems and we fix the clinics. This is for both, as you asked. This is for coaches and for sailors. And we used to give the opportunity to the coaches to train and to coach the sailors on the clinics and to explain them what's the best way to do it. So everybody profit with that.
Yes, I can see that, and we have close to 200. 420s we have 155, I believe.
Yes.
Between the Open,
yep,
which is until what age? It's junior Europeans.
This is junior European, yeah.
But you have an under 17.
Yes.
Which is the youngest,
yes,
so you
have
junior ones.
More than one.
And then you have
premiums.
The juniors are until what age?
18. Yeah.
18 years old. So you have 2.
Yeah.
And we have 155 boats. I believe that under 17 is about 40 boats.
Yeah.
Which is a great number. It's a very.
We have more and more wanting to come, and now they could become junior European champ, but now they can also become world champion, because we have also a group of medals for the under 17 on the worlds.
Oh, very good. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a good plan. So, Jose, I won't take much more of your time. It was a pleasure to have you here. We also know each other from many years. We're almost family.
Yeah.
And I hope a lot of success for the class, and that you can achieve all these targets.
Thank you very much, Pedro. I wish that we have a good wind today. After 2 days without wind, we are waiting for a good breeze. So hopefully we will have good races today.
I'm sure we will. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So here we are. We can see on the background the boats are going to the race course, and our next guest is Pinar. Pinar, welcome here to our live streaming.
Hello, Pedro. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. So Pinar is more involved with the race management team, and she can tell us a little bit about what's going on. What is the the perspective for today? I believe the wind is very good at the race course right now. What is your idea, Pinar?
Well, actually, this time I'm chairing the jury.
Yes, of course, yes.
So I'm not that much into the details of the wind, but as we have the deltas up for the 420s and also for the 470, I'm pretty sure we have the racing conditions. So we're looking forward to racing, of course, after having 2 days with no races.
Yes.
But I mean, as I know also from last week's Youth Worlds, where I was the principal race officer, 420 was the only boat actually who has done all its scheduled races on the days. The wind conditions, even though they're too low or too high or too shifty, I mean, 420 is the boat that can really deal with most of the different types of wind. So I'm pretty sure Vilamoura will give us the sufficient conditions to race today. And of course, we're always looking forward for the 420 sailors to move up to the 470.
Yes, of course, yes.
Which is the Olympic, let's say, big older sister of 420 in every aspect.
That's right.
So we're very happy to have a joint championship with the 470 here.
And Pinar, so being the jury, you are on the water. You
Yes.
are monitoring what's going on. You're checking how, if the sailors are respecting the rules, if they are not harming other competitors by breaking the rules. How busy it's been in the first races. Do you see the fleet moving forward in terms of behavior and following the rules? How does that work with the 420 class, for example?
Yeah.
Because in the 470, more experience, more knowledge, probably
bit
less
older.
work for jury.
Exactly.
Yeah? In the 420, is it a lot more work than when you are doing jury for the 470 class? What do you think?
No, actually, I mean, up to now we just had 4 protests and one of them has been withdrawn. And they tend to, when they infringe a rule, take the appropriate penalty on the water.
Yeah.
Also the 420 class. Of course, perhaps a bit more training is needed for the under 17. But nevertheless, in general, 420 obeys the rules. And we're on the water mainly, as you know, for Rule 42. And up till now, because we didn't have sufficient wind, I mean, wind was always below 13 knots, we had to make sure that the Rule 42 was not infringed. As you know, we have to display the yellow flag and they have to do the 2 times penalty. And of course, when we are around, we also try to be witnessing if there is any incident between boats that could come up as
And
a
then
hearing, as a
you can
protest
be
in
a
the hearing
witness.
room. Yes, so that we can be a witness if we are there.
Yes.
But as for, I mean, just like the weather, until now it's been quite silent. They have been
Very
behaving properly, and I'm pretty sure, as usual, the 420 class sailors will behave appropriately.
That's great. So it's just for the ones watching this, Rule 42 is propulsion.
Yeah, I mean, as you
So-
know, we have to move our boats only with the wind and with the water, and there are some actually actions which are prohibited because you have to go with the flow of the wind.
Yes.
So if you are pumping, if you're rocking, if you're ouching, if you're sculling, if you're tacking, but there are some limitations which are not, let's say, as a response to the effect of the wind on your boat.
Yes.
That is prohibited because we do not want the sailors, first of all, to be physically hurt because they are doing some actions.
Yes.
And also we want them to use the wind
Instead of just the
movements of the body. But
yes,
when
of course.
the wind increases, of course, the necessity or let's say the effect of breaking that rule doesn't affect that much. Meaning, I mean, when you have more wind, you don't need to do any of these
Yes, of
actions to make you put forward. And of course, the sailors are also very talented to use the boat properly. They don't need these. They
Yes.
can just use the wind and win the race.
Yes, that's right. So how many? Maybe you have said that already, but how many penalties have you given on Rule 42?
Well, I don't know by
this
heart
week?
right now, but a little bit more than 1 page, so not too much.
1 page. Okay, that's not so bad. And when you go to the 470, does that happen as well? How does it work?
Much
compared?
less. Much less. I mean,
That's
they get older,
more
they get more.
experience.
They have more experience,
That's
and
right.
most of the time they're coming also from 420, which is a very similar boat, also for the Rule 42. So you do not see that many infringements.
Well, Pinar, thank you so much.
Thank you very
I
much.
hope that helped make our spectators understand a little bit about the work of the jury, which is not just wait and see if somebody will have a protest.
No.
Our jury is very active on the water to see what's going on and to help as much as possible for the future of these sailors.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Thank you
Pinar,
very
and
much.
good luck. Enjoy your day in the water.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you so
too.
much. We can see on our background the sailors are almost on the race course, and we will call next our principal race officer, Mr. Nino Shmueli. He's a very experienced. He's been involved with the class association, and at the moment he's here as our race officer. I would like to invite him, Nino. Thank you very much for joining me here on this live streaming.
Good afternoon.
So Nino, we are live, so people can see you with me. We have been waiting a little bit today, but it looks promising. So what are you expecting today? You've seen the conditions are now from northwest.
No, it's southwest 250. We have now this what we expect that we will have westerly. So we have now 250, 8-9 knots all around, all the field of play in both course areas. We released the 2 fleets about 20 minutes ago. So we expect to start around 3 o'clock on both course areas. Our intention is to make 3 races per each fleet today. And I hope that we will have the all day with wind. Maybe the wind will go a little bit with the sun more to the northwest and maybe then till 300, 310. But we expect that we will have a perfect day on the water today with 3 races, and
That's great, Nino.
everybody is very happy.
So Nino, just tell me one thing. We have an alpha course to the right,
course,
to the right, and
course to the right,
and the
left
is the beta. Bravo. Okay,
Yes.
and then on the alpha course, which is the fleets that are on the
On
alpha
Alpha
course?
course we have the 420s. The 420s are with 3 fleets.
Yes. Which
They-
is the
The
yellow,
open is 2 fleets, the yellow and blue.
and then the
we
under
have
17.
the under 17. It's the green one.
It's the green one, and they are going to race separately in the same race course, but separately. So you will start with the yellow fleet.
We start with the yellow outer, then we
Outer
are
loop.
going to inner loop for the blue and inner loop for
the under
the
17.
green. Yes.
And then the other course, Bravo, is going to be the 470 Junior European
Correct.
Championships, and they are just one fleet because
One fleet, yes. And today they are going to make outer.
very good. So it's looking good today. We cannot keep our PRO here for very long because he has a lot of work to do. So anything else you wanna tell us, Nino?
Just we have great conditions today, and we will have 3 races, and I think that everybody is smiling today, like Pedro.
Yeah. Well, on behalf of Pro Group, we wish you all the best because that's what we all need for today. Is a very good racing day with great sailing conditions.
Thank you,
Thank
and
you for your efforts.
enjoy while you are watching all these races on the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. So here we are. We've talked to José Massapina, our chairman of the class. We talked to Pinar, who is our jury, and to Nino. And that's it for the moment. We will give you a short break on our broadcast. We will keep information on the screen about any information that might be necessary, and we will be back when the race is ready to go. Thank you for joining us, and stay tuned.
é que temos de ir? Estamos a ir muito rápido. Então vamos andando, que é para ir para o tempo.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Nothing more than a footprint in the sand. This is the only trace of myself I want to leave behind. How can we improve our surroundings? Evolve without damaging our nature, our atmosphere. I've asked this question many times before. The answer is with reason, science, and peace. That is our purpose, our mission, our sense of urgency to plan ahead and to thrive. With nothing more than light to give meaning to one's path. Nothing more but a spark of a dream of something better. In my life, I seek to see beyond the obvious, and for tomorrow, originality. Vilamoura.
30mm Titan is a further development of Allen's high-performance XHL block range. Featuring titanium sheave and ceramic ball bearing gives a Titan a 30% weight reduction. Ceramic ball bearings perform better in salt water and have a high rolling speed when compared to stainless steel ball bearings, developed to take extremely high static loads without compromising on low load dynamic performance, ideal for vang systems and spinnaker halyards. Also available in a special design for the Ilka class, the 30mm Titan block available from Allen.
Today we will be filming a video to show how to trim an international 420.
Welcome to the Yacht Club of Greece in Piraeus. My name is Nick Drougas and I work with the International 420 class as a coach, helping to run development programs around the world.
We will look at the boat setup both on shore and on the water. Firstly, we need to find the basic setting. Each sail loft creates its own tuning guide to help us set up our boat to sail fast. These guides include information on how to set up the mast step, spreaders, rake and pre-bend. To measure the mast step's position, we project the back of the mast step on the side with the help of a ruler. We set the measuring tape on it and measure to the back of the boat. The mast step position varies depending on our mast stiffness, our weight and our sail shape. The spreaders are key to supporting the mast and controlling the mast shape. To measure the spreader's length, we set the measuring tape under the spreader bracket at the widest point at the side of the mast, up to the middle of the shroud wire. Make sure the headstay is the required length, otherwise you will have difficulties to pin down for heavier conditions. Push the mast all the way to the back to stretch the headstay wire to its maximum. The widest part of the mast should be inside the aft point of the mast gate. First, we raise the measuring tape by pulling the main halyard up the mast until the measuring tape shows 490 centimeters at the gooseneck's white band. We pull on tension while looking at the tension meter, which stands at the shrouds. The mast begins to bend and moves forward at the mast gate. We continue to pull on tension until it reaches 235 kilos on the shroud. We then measure to the stern, and this gives the actual measurement of the rake. We then check the rake, and if it is 1 centimeter more than 610 centimeters, we pin down. Conversely, if we reach a lower rake than 608 centimeters, we pin up. A pinhole change gives us an approximate 3 centimeter difference. Always double check the fast pins on both sides are in the same hole. Set a reference tension mark at the mast by the hook of the tension. After we set the rake, we continue by making the spreaders smile. We measure them both to be equal at the required happy height, and then we secure them with a thread, so we do not have to measure them every single time we pull on tension. We stand on the side of the boat, we close one eye, and with the other eye we line up the 2 shrouds below the spreaders. We continue looking at the upper part of the spreaders to check whether the shrouds are in line. If the other side is further forward, we close that side, or we open it if it is further back. It is useful to set a reference mark on the mast to show which way to turn the adjusters to open and close the spreader position. Now the spreaders are in the required position, with equal height and symmetrical fore and aft. The only thing remaining is to close or open the spreaders to reach the suggested mast bend. We measure the bend of the mast with the halyard touching the track of the mainsail at the gooseneck level, and we continue by measuring the distance between the mast and the inside of the halyard at the spreaders level. We pin down to the next hole, and we open approximately 1 turn on the spreaders, pulling the tension to the required number following the tuning guide for medium setting. We measure the pre-bend, and if needed, we make fine adjustments to reach the required pre-bend. We should try to center the mast in the mast gate and fill up any gaps with mylar or Teflon tape. Similarly, any gaps between the rudder head and the foil should be filled in the same way. Flip the boat onto its side with full tension on and with the hull of the boat facing the wind. Be careful to make sure that the gunwale and the chain plate of the boat are not touching the body of the trolley at any point to avoid damage. Wobble the centerboard sideways, and if there is a lot of movement, any space between the centerboard and the centerboard case should be filled with mylar or Teflon tape. The jib as a sail has 2 disadvantages compared to a mainsail. Firstly, the jib is attached only at the luff to the boat, and secondly, it partly overlaps the mainsail. This makes the trim of the jib difficult because we cannot clearly see the shape of the leech in the foot while we are positioned on the windward side of the boat. Over the years, sailors and coaches have developed several ways to adjust the jib more accurately and repeat a nice setup. Together, we will go through these useful tips. With E-tape, we set 2 reference marks approximately 12 centimeters and 16 centimeters from the shroud to trim the jib's leech properly. These marks will help us to communicate about the jib's trim between the crew and coach. We set several marks on the front of the boat where the jib foot touches the deck. These marks will help us to control the jib foot depth quite accurately, so we can also easily repeat the same trimming. Cunningham. The main reason for using the Cunningham is to adjust the position of the deepest point of the sail. In light wind, there should be a few short wrinkles at the front of the sail. As the wind increases, we progressively tighten the Cunningham to remove the wrinkles. In strong wind, we pull the Cunningham tight. While we sail upwind, once we find a good trim of the jib, we set a reference point with a marker just after the cleat so it can be visible to us. A better and more precise way to trim the jib is to stick numbered tape 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the boat. On the jib sheet, we mark a point with vivid colour marker. While hiking, it is then easier to look at the numbering and set the proper tension at the foot and leech of the jib. When sailing upwind, we trim the windward jib sheet to help us make the jib more powerful. With the help of a permanent marker, we also set up a reference mark just after the cleat for easy setting. The mainsail is quite an easy sail to set up, but needs more time for adjustments. Two sides of the mainsail are attached, the luff to the mast and the foot to the boom, and that makes it easier to control. Another reason this makes the fine setup of the main more straightforward is that both of the crew members can look at it and have a clear opinion. The mainsail requires more time to adjust because there are several systems, like the boom vang, bridle, outhaul, Cunningham and chocks that can be adjusted, and we will explain these next. Chocks are a useful system to control the mast bend. By adding chocks, you force the mast to move backwards, which reduces the mast bend mostly below the spreaders bracket. Negative chocks are useful in very light winds. If we want to reduce the depth, we remove 1 or 2 chocks and we pull the rope of the negative chocks to force the mast to fill the gap, which increases the mast bend mostly below the spreader level. In heavy air, we keep the rope in the cleat and tight, preventing the mast from breaking. The bridle is used to keep the boom as close as possible to the centre of the boat. You adjust the height of it by pulling or releasing the strops within the clam cleat. You always try to keep the strops equal by measuring them at the centre of the boat, or by having a reference mark on the rope. The main sheet controls the position of the boom and how far away or close to the centre of the boat it will be. Additionally, in light conditions, it controls the leech tension of the main sail. This small rope controls the distance between the mainsail luff and the back of the mast at the gooseneck level, while the rest of the luff is in the mast track. By adjusting the tack tie, we can affect the depth of the area around the tack by approximately 70 centimetres. Outhaul is controlling the depth of the mainsail at the lower part, below the spreader level. Outhaul also affects the angle of the leech at the lower batten. With the spreaders, you can control the depth of the middle of the mainsail. By opening them, you can make the sail deeper, and the opposite when you close them. The boom vang is a very useful system to control the leech tension for light, medium, and up to very heavy air. However, by pulling on it, a large part of the sail becomes flatter. The main reason for using the Cunningham is to adjust the position of the deepest point of the sail. When the wind flow starts to increase around the mainsail, slowly the deepest point of the draft moves backwards compared to the ideal position. By pulling the Cunningham, you move the draft forward. We hope you found this video useful, but if you have further questions, you can contact us via media@420sailing.org.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here we are in Vilamoura for the Pro Group for 20 Junior European Championships. My name is Pedro Andrade, and I'm here with Jackie from the 420 International class. Hi, Jackie. How are you?
Hi, I'm very good. It's my first time doing this sort of thing, so we'll see how it goes.
Yes, we are going to be following the 420 class. We will see the yellow group starting first, and we'll follow that race. We'll probably see some of the starts of the blue group and also the under 17, and we will watch also the racing from the under 17 once the yellow group is finished. We can see here the pre-start. I believe AP is still up, but we have the orange flag. So our principal race officer right now is probably just adjusting the course and the start to make sure that is according to the wind, and we will be racing very shortly. Here we are back into the action. We can see that the AP flag is been dropped, so we are within the 6 minutes to the start. This will be the yellow group. We will be following the yellow fleet around the course. They will be sailing the outer loop course. That means we can see the flag now 5 minutes for the start. So that means the fleet will go upwind to the top mark into a reach. So that the fleet is offset from the next fleets going upwind, and we will not see the fleets crossing each other and messing each other's race. So the yellow fleet will go on a reach and then on a downwind and do a second beat on the on the left side of the course. On this fleet, we have the overall leaders for the moment is an Italian team, a female team, leading the overall result. That's right, Jackie?
Yeah, it's an Italian team who actually were first women last year at the Junior Euros, but actually finished ninth. So this year they're trying to be further up the leaderboard in the overalls championships. They were also third women at the Youth Worlds last week.
That's fantastic result for these girls. Is Camilla Michelini and Margherita Bianca Bonifacio. Conditions are really good today in Vilamoura. As you can see, we have around 10 knots of wind from westerly, southwesterly. Beautiful sailing conditions in Vilamoura. We are broadcasting live the Pro Group for 20 Junior European Championships. Is the second last day of racing, as I understand. This is all going to be finished tomorrow.
Yes, unfortunately, the racing for the last 2 days has been non-existent. The wind didn't play ball, so we haven't had any racing since trying to think which day it was, but a couple of days ago. So we only have 3 races so far. So today we're hoping for 3 more good races for every fleet.
Yeah, but it's looking fantastic today, so there's no reason why we wouldn't have 3 great races to be back a little bit back on schedule. Of course, it will be hard to fulfill the whole program, but if we manage to get all 3 races today and 3 races tomorrow, everybody will go out of Vilamoura happy enough.
I think everyone would be very happy if we can get 3 races today and move to gold and silver fleets tomorrow for the open fleet. Under 17s are only doing 1 series, so just as many races as they can get.
So we're here coming close to the start. We can see a lot of boats lining up near the committee boat. We can see Camila and Bianca with that sail number 56901. They are the overall leaders. They're all very close to the start. We must be getting... Here we go. He's got the general recall flag up, so it's not a valid start. Too many boats were over the line, and the race officer will send everybody back and start it all over again. We could see a big bunch in the middle of the line, going a little bit forward. They're all trying to have good starts. Obviously, they want to. It's very important to get a good start to be able to finish in the top at the end. And I'm sure they're all eager for racing after a couple of days waiting for the wind to come. So let's see what our principal race officer will do. He will probably hoist a black flag to try and keep the nerves and get the fleet behind the line before the start gun.
Yeah, I think after 2 days in the boat park, they're very excited to actually get a start. Unfortunately, they'll have to do another one.
Here we can see the overall score at the moment, with the Italians leading the score, and then we have 5 Spanish boats from 2nd to 6th.
Yes, the Spanish boats here seem to be sailing very, very well. Maybe they like these conditions.
It's great conditions in Vilamoura. We can see the sea state is not that flat because the wind's coming a little bit from the southwesterly. When we have the wind blowing from the shore, from the north, the water is obviously a lot flatter. We are just waiting for the principal race officer. Maybe he is readjusting the line, making sure it's with the correct angle. after a general recall on the first attempt. We can hear a countdown, so that's it. 5 minutes, 5 minutes for the start. This is the 420 European Junior Championships in Vilamoura. It's the second last day, and we're just inside the 5 minutes for the start of the first race of the day. The wind is blowing from around 250 degrees westerly, southwesterly, and there's about 10 knots of wind. The fleet is preparing for the first race. We will have the yellow fleet first, followed by the blue fleet, and only after that there will be the under 17 fleet. Earlier on we had our PRO Nino Shmueli. He explained to us his intentions for the day. He wants to set 3 races, 3 back-to-back races. We will use these perfect week conditions to put another 3 races in. At the moment, the girls, the Camilla and Bianca from Italy, after 3 races have only 2 points, as they discard the second place, and they had 2 wins. So they won 2 races and they were second on another race, and they're dropping that result. So pretty solid result for them. I can say comfortably that even if they don't have a very good score on the first race, they'll still be leading because they will use that second place. We can see the other teams behind. It's very close. We have 2 teams on 4 points from Spain, another 2 teams from Spain on 5 points, and after that we have another Spanish team with 8 and a Croatian team with also 8 points. It's all very close on the points.
It's certainly all very close, and they now have a black flag flying, so let's hope they all behave themselves and stay behind the line.
We can see just to the right side of the committee boat, this is the last minute, just to the right side of the committee boat, to the right side of the fleet, we can see the flag on the pin end. So they're starting between the 2 orange flags. You can see those boats closer to the middle of the line, they're pushing a little bit. So the black flag means that if anybody crosses the line before the start or during the last minute, they're immediately disqualified, even if they go back and restart. And I'm pretty sure there's some boats over the line because they're almost covering the pin end.
Falta para sair. 2, 3 minutos, 3 minutos. Menos de um minuto, desculpa. Menos de um minuto, menos de um minuto. Menos de um minuto. Já está. Mete lá, mete lá, mete lá.
Here we go, we have another general recall, and on a black flag that means that some boats will be called over the line and they will not be allowed to take part on the next start.
Let's just hope there's not too many of them.
Well, looking at the start, the fleet was quite spread. The fleet was quite spread over the line, and that normally means that the angle to the wind was good from the race officer, is because sometimes if the line is favored in one end, you can see the fleet all trying to start in that same end, and that normally causes a lot of boats being over the line. But at this particular start, we could see the fleet spread over the line, and it was basically the teams pushing hard to try and get the best start. And when they realize they're over the line, and there's nothing the race officer can do, he set up a good angle to the wind, and the sailors just have to be very careful. So now with the black flag, some of these teams will be disqualified for race number 4. We will give you a list as soon as we have that information.
Quem não estiver na linha, sai. Quem estiver fora, vai para casa. Já não pode sequer participar nesta regata. Pois, era por causa das férias, né? Eu queria dar férias.
Sorry, Jackie, sorry. We're waiting for the race officer to tell us which teams were over the line with the black flag rule. Obviously, we always see this on sailing, Jackie, when there's a general recall with the black flag, boats pile up near the committee boat. There will be a board showing all the numbers of the boats that were seen over the line, then they are not going to be allowed to take part on race number 4 because they were over the line with the black flag.
And you can see all the coaches crowding around the committee boat in their ribs, trying to see what numbers are going to be put up.
Great conditions today in Vilamoura. It's blowing about 10 or 11 knots from 250 from westerly, southwesterly. As soon as I have the information of which teams were over the line on this start, we will let you know. Meanwhile, it will be a little delay for the next start because the race officer needs to write down all the numbers and give the sailors time to prepare for the next start. They will drop that first substitute and that will mean 6 minutes for the next attempt. I'll be back with you in a few moments, try to get some numbers from the race committee. Stand by.
So it looks like we're still waiting for all the black flag numbers, so we can't give you any further information on that. But just to tell you a bit more about the fleet, in our open fleet we have 107 boats out sailing. We have 53 of them sailing in the yellow fleet. As Pedro's already said, the leading boat is in that fleet. We have 54 boats in the blue fleet who will eventually get to have a go at starting, hopefully. And then we will have our under-17 fleet, and we have 48 boats sailing in the under-17 fleet. We have most of the boats who took part at the Youth Worlds are also competing here, which is good to see, but so far they're not near the top of the leaderboard. Although, having said that, the fourth boat from the Youth Worlds is currently lying third in the open fleet, so not doing too badly. We have an American boat out there sailed by Freddie Parkin, who won the Youth Worlds, and he is sailing with a new crew. They managed to win the Worlds, having only sailed together for a few months. He did very well at last year's World Championships and was actually the under-17 champion last year, although he's now sailing in the open fleet. So hopefully he'll move his way up the leaderboard today.
Well, I'm sure it's a very competitive fleet, so if you're not 100% on your top level, then very easily you can drop down the scoreboard.
Yeah, and the conditions have obviously been challenging over the days here. On the first 2 days of racing, Thursday we had 2 races in quite light winds. And on Friday we managed to get 1 race in before the wind decided to disappear. And then unfortunately, as people are aware, we haven't raced for the last 2 days as the wind has been fighting from different directions with no winners.
Yeah, obviously in sailing, especially in light boats like the 420, we have on our screen here the leading team from Italy, Camilla and Bianca. And normally when the wind is light, the light teams find it easier to get the speed on the boat. And obviously when the wind is blowing stronger, you need the weight, you need the muscle to keep the boat flat. So then the heavier teams tend to do a bit better. We can see on the first day was light, and I suppose that these teams that are actually have done well on the first day are pretty light teams. Jackie, you know them better than me. Do you see that?
I think that certainly the girls that are leading probably have a slight weight advantage on some of the boys, but
on the light winds.
In the light winds, yeah. And the boat in second place, which is Ian Walker March and Finn Dick, they have been sailing the boat for a while. Last year they were 7th at the World Championships in 2021. They're obviously very good sailors. I think the weight and the conditions, obviously does make a difference, but if you're a good sailor, you can generally find your way to the top.
Oh yes, of course you need to be a good sailor and be well prepared. The team has to be synchronized between the helms and the helm and the crew. We can see there's enough wind for the crew to be fully trapeze. We just saw a boat there trying their setup upwind. We still have the first substitute up. That means we are more than 6 minutes for the next attempt to the start. I haven't got the information on the boats that were over the line during the last minute on the first attempt. Those boats are actually the second attempt. It was the second attempt. First attempt was a Generico with a P flag. That means that they couldn't identify all the boats that were over the line, and they ask so by doing the Generico they get the fleet back and do another attempt. Problem was that the fleet was over the line again. Most of the fleet was over the line on the second attempt as well with the black flag, because our principal race officer acknowledged that it was a good line, so no reason for a general recall apart from keen sailors trying to get the best out of it, and they end up over the line. So our principal race officer started on a black flag. That means that if you're over the line on the last minute, you are automatically disqualified. Even if there's a general recall and the restart, those boats that have been over the line in the last minute on that black flag will not be allowed on the race number 4. We're just waiting for the list of teams, and probably our principal race officer is discussing with the team, making sure they know exactly who were over the line, because obviously we don't want any boats disqualified without actually being over the line in the last minute. So we're just waiting for that information, and we'll let you know as soon as we get it.
And the fact that it's taking so long probably means that there'll be
quite
a number of boats will be disqualified and won't be able to start when they run the race, the start sequence again, which is a shame.
Yeah, it's a 53 boat fleet. Very easily, if a bunch of boats start going forward on the last minute, then everybody all you need is one boat to start moving forward, and everybody around immediately start going forward as well, because they don't want to be left behind. They don't want to lose any ground, and sometimes you have a boat to windward and a boat to leeward going forward. What do? You have to go as well. And if you go a little bit more and you're sail numbers are visual to the race officer, bang, there you are. You're over the line, you'll be caught, and you're going to be disqualified for the day. So it's very important for the sailors. This is a learning curve, of course. All these sailors are still young, they're learning, but it's very important that, and it's very hard, as you can imagine. There's not many information when you're in the boat and you just see boats around you. You don't know where is the pin end, where is the starting line. It's just an imaginary line, and to have that ability to understand how far from the line you are, and
the sailors have no technology.
No technology. That's
tells
what I
them
was going to
how
say.
close they are to
There's
the
no
line.
GPS. They are not allowed any GPSs. So it's just information from, let's say, a transit ashore. They can be in line with both ends of the line and try to get a building, a tree, a hill, something on the shore that when they are in between or in the middle of the line, they can have that reference on the shore. But if there are boats around you going forward, you cannot see the shore, you cannot see the committee boat, you cannot see, in this case, the committee boat is the closer to the shore. So
and the other thing is that you may be looking at the screen thinking the sail numbers are a long way back, so you wouldn't be able to see them, but each boat also has a bow number on. You'll see at the front the little black disc. They have a black disc at the front with a number on, which is their bow number, and they can be identified by that.
Great conditions today in Vilamoura. 12 knots of wind. The fleet is eager to start this first race of the day. We had a couple of general recalls. First general recall on a Papa flag rule. So the whole fleet came back to restart, and our race officer decided to go on a black flag rule, and we still had another general recall. So that means that a few boats were over the line, and we do have a list. Jackie, do you want to go through the list of boats that were over the line on the black flag? They will not be allowed to race this next race, number 4.
Yeah, we have 12 boats on the list black flags, so the sailors won't be entirely happy. We have Turkey 56993, Switzerland 55958, Slovenia 56076, 3 Portuguese boats 57088, 56190 and 56183, a British boat 55244, Poland 56856, France 57248 and France 56870, Spain 55846 and Germany 56914. So we will have a lot less boats on the next start.
Yes, that's right. I mean, 12 boats over the line on that black flag, so we will have 40 boats on this next start. It won't be that busy. hopefully the fleet will not misbehave, and we can get this race going without any more disqualifications. Well, less than a minute to the start, race number 4. This is the Pro Group Junior European Championships for the 420 class, race number 4. That's the start. Here we go. It doesn't look like any general recalls, so it's race on for race number 4. You can see now from the pin, boat from New Zealand was the furthest left boat at the start. Both boats actually from New Zealand.
The boat we can see on the screen is the boat we can see on the screen is Cameron Brown and Alex Hebard from New Zealand.
On this right-hand side of the course, we have the Italians. This is not the lead boat; it's another Italian boat.
This is Roberta and Giulia Greganti. Obviously, a family affair. 2 sisters. They're currently lying in 24th place.
So there's 3 Italian teams here on the right-hand side of the course. I believe that that boat in the middle might be Camilla and Bianca. There's another one. There's actually 4. The whole Italian team is decided to use the right-hand side of the course. We will only be able to tell how good these teams on the right-hand side are doing once they tack and get across to the other side, and see if they can cross ahead of the rest of the fleet. This is Denise and Federico here on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of the course, sorry. You can see that there's plenty of breeze here. The crew is fully on the trapeze. We can see that the fleet is spread out the race course. Many boats went to the left. A few boats are here going towards the right-hand side of the course. The wind is blowing around 250. The forecast is for the wind to go right, so probably that's what they are betting for here on the right-hand side, that the wind might shift a little bit to the right, and they would get a better angle on starboard to get across to the left. This is the yellow group. This was the first start of the day, race number 4, and they're going to be doing the outer loop on this race course. The next start will be the blue group on the open fleet. Here we go. The Italian team rolling into attack. Let's see what's the angle getting across. Doesn't look like they're crossing the next boat. That's normally not a very good sign, but also the boat speed of each team is important. I had the feeling that Italian boat, the crew was not so far out. Maybe the wind was dropping a little bit on the right-hand side.
The boat we can see now, 57171, is Juan Adriano Cardi. I'm not very good at pronouncing the names. And Matteo is his crew. And then we have a French boat, 57069. Which is Alain Fawn and Jules Ronaldo.
So most of these teams playing the right-hand side are not on the top of the overall. We'll probably see the teams that are doing better overall playing the left-hand side of the course. Well, from my experience, when the wind is blowing from this direction, further out to the left, sometimes you have a bit more pressure, but on the right-hand side, with this forecast, the wind have a tendency to bend to the right, and then the angle is better, so it is a gamble. Looking at the angle of the French, probably the left-hand side had paid. Probably was the best option, was to keep going to the left after the start. Probably about 2/3 up the first beat. Shortly we will be seeing the fleet approaching the top mark, and we will be able to see better who's done a good job at the start and upwind. My feeling is that the left-hand side of the course was more favored, and the teams that play the left-hand side will be in the front, coming to the top mark. I recall we had this was the third attempt to do this race, because the fleet was over the line at the start 2 times, and our race officer had to send everybody back and restart the race. Meanwhile, 12 teams were disqualified for being over the line too early, which is a pity. But that's the rules. They have to start.
They have to start behind the line.
They have to be behind the line at the gun.
The Portuguese boat that you can see there, 56187, is Francisco Uva Sancho and Jose Maria Vozon. They are currently lying 13th before this race.
And I think they finished 5th at the Junior Worlds.
They did indeed.
Actually, I know them very well because they're from Portugal.
Locals.
They're locals.
So they should know the water well.
They should. They sail normally in Cascais. They know the Cascais waters better than Vilamoura, but still, I think they have sailed here before, probably more often than the other teams. And obviously, there's always a local an advantage when you're sailing in your home turf. But they are big boys, and they like more the big wins. I don't think they like the light stuff so much.
So today could be their day.
Yeah, they could do well today. Let's see who are the teams doing good today. Obviously, we're gonna keep an eye on this Italian team, female team, Camilla and Bianca. They were leading overall this morning. They will still be leading the general score after race 4, as they had a really good discard. They're only a 2nd place. For the moment, we're just going to follow the start of the blue group. We might be back to the yellow group after this start. You can see some teams here fighting for the committee side. We're less than a minute to the start because we don't see the Papa flag up. This is the first attempt for the blue fleet, and it doesn't look like the boats are so close to the line as the yellow group. We can see a little belly in the middle of the line. We can still see the pin end from this angle, so looks like a good start. We don't see the race officer with the general recall flag ready to go up. So it's a clear start for the blue fleet.
And it looks like at this moment we have the Australian boat leading out to the right. That is the two brothers, the Mackay brothers. They're the only Australian boat here, and it's great to see them.
Spencer and Benedict Mackay. We saw the yellow fleet, felt like the left-hand side was favored on the first beat for the yellow fleet. That can change, can obviously change. So if the wind goes a little bit further right after the start, then the right will pay. The feeling is that there's a little bit more pressure on the left side of the course. Here we are now back to the yellow fleet, and this is the top mark. I believe this is the first boat going around the mark. It's a Greek team followed by the Portuguese. Sancho and Vozon.
The Greek team is Dimitrios and Nicholas. Can't say that surname. But they're obviously brothers.
Surlatsis.
And a British boat just popped around in the foreground. I missed the number.
This is the top mark. Some teams overstanding a little bit. I wonder if there's some blackboard with some numbers from black flag on that third attempt. Some teams still being disqualified. They're checking the board and only after that they're hoisting their kites. Or maybe they're just keeping a wider angle so they can hoist early the spinnakers.
Yes, because now they're on a reach across to
the outer
loop.
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
Oh, we have a bit of a tangle on that kite, but it's just blowing itself out.
We haven't seen the overall leaders, Camille and Bianca, yet. This Spanish team is Alejandra and Ana. They are lying 4th overall. This is footage from the 420 Junior European Championships organized by Pro Group in Vilamoura. We have wonderful conditions today with 12 knots. Probably the wind has built up a little bit. With these bumpy seas, it's very hard for our camera operators to keep a steady image. We're gonna have this angle now from the shore.
And you can see the people enjoying the lovely beach.
Yeah, it's lovely weather here. The wind is not so strong near the shore. It's more breezy further out there, where the race course is. So further out there's more breeze. That's why most of the fleet that did well came from the left-hand side. Some sailors decide to play the right-hand side of the course, waiting and hoping for a right-hand shift that give them a better angle to get to the top mark. We saw the first fleet, yellow fleet, are now on the reach on the outer loop, and the blue fleet is on their way upwind to the top mark. They will be hoisting their kites and going downwind, and we are probably on the sequence, a starting sequence for the under 17 fleet. We will be back on the race course as soon as our camera operators manage to get a more stable footage, and we will be right back when they manage that. We were watching some of the action that happened earlier on today with the start of the yellow fleet and the start of the blue fleet. They're all on their way to race number 4. We had some technical issues. It's blowing about 12 knots out there, and the sea state's a bit bumpy. So we have our camera operators trying to manage to give us some stable footage on the racing. We saw a Greek team going around the top mark, probably first on the first mark. First race, yellow fleet. Dimitrios and Nikolaos Soulatsis. We also saw the Portuguese Francisco and José Maria around second or third on the top mark. Here we are back in the race course with the yellow fleet. They are going downwind now to the bottom mark. They will be going upwind again. We see the Greek team still leading from the Portuguese. The Greek team, Dimitrios and Nikolaos Soulatsis, they were lying 11th overall before this race, with a 19, a 7 and a 4. For sure, with the if they win this race, that will increase their overall score. And second on this race is the Portuguese team, Francisco and José Maria from Cascais. They were lying 13 overall with a 10, 11 and a 4. They were discarding a 4. They're also going to climb up the ladder with a second if they manage to keep that. Beautiful conditions here in Vilamoura. The fleet is heading downwind. Oh, I have a correction here. It's not the same Greek team that we were thinking about. The lead Greek team is not Dimitrios and Nikolaos. I could see them a little bit further back. It's Dimitrios and Cleo. Dimitrios Petros and Cleo Suliotti. They were lying 50. No, sorry.
No, they're bow number 50.
They're bow number 50. They were lying 37 overall before this race. For sure they like this breeze better than the light stuff, Jackie.
They certainly do, but if you look at their results, they actually won the second race in their fleet. So they have...
Oh, they have a 31st, a 1st and a 41.
So they've obviously been up and down.
Not very consistent, but obviously a lot of potential here.
Yeah.
Cleo, this is a mixed team. Cleo crewing for Dimitrios, leading this race from the Portuguese. I had a nice chat with Pinar, is our jury. She explained to us what's their job in the water, and they're keeping an eye on the sailors because they can only sail with the power of the wind. They cannot pump the sails or try to rock the boat and get extra speed from the movement of their bodies, and that's why you don't see them very active. Now they're dropping the kite. They're going around the bottom mark for the next beat. Double jibe here to get the better angle to go around the mark. We have the Portuguese following them, not that far behind. Was a good rounding there from the Greek.
And for the first time at a 420 event, Vilamoura Sailing are using these robotic marks that rather than being anchored, they have a GPS system and little electric motors.
Now our operator's giving us some footage on the second group, blue group going around the top mark. So the second, the blue group going around the top mark, we can see some of the teams going around and getting ready to hoist their kites. They're going to go downwind on the inner loop course. All the teams working hard to get that spinnakers up and get the speed on the boat.
I see the Croatian boat in the middle there, 57042. They're lying in 7th overall. They seem to be in the middle of a pack.
Just had some information from a little incident on the water. There was a crash with the team Germany 56853, and they're not able to continue racing for today, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, Germany 56853 is in our under 17 fleet, so they maybe had an incident on the start line.
Yeah. So we are following the blue fleet going downwind. The yellow fleet is going upwind to on the outer loop of the course. The under 17 group is, we haven't seen the start. They are going upwind now on their first beat.
So this is the blue flute we're looking at going downwind.
This is Megan and Ellie from Great Britain. Looks like they're doing okay. Leading a lot of boats. There's a boat going upwind there, probably from the under-17 fleet.
Yeah, Megan and Ellie, the British boat we were looking at with the British women at the Youth World Championships. They ended up 11th. So obviously they're coming here to try and improve their position.
It's beautiful conditions here, about 12-13 knots. It's great for the sailors, but it makes it a little bit harder for our camera men to get the best footage. You can see the sea state's a bit lumpy. We're gonna try and see the fleet approaching the bottom mark to go to the second beat. We're having again some technical problems, and we will be back in the race course as soon as our technical team manage to sort it. Stand by. Here we are back at the race course. This is, I believe, to be the blue group going around the bottom gate to the second upwind. And we don't have a footage from the race course again. It's very hard to keep the signal this far out. And we are going to go offline for a moment. We'll show you a few videos, and we will be back as soon as we can sort out these technical issues. Standing by.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an Optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Nothing more than a footprint in the sand. This is the only trace of myself I want to leave behind. How can we improve our surroundings? Evolve without damaging our nature, our atmosphere. I've asked this question many times before. The answer is with reason, science, and peace. That is our purpose, our mission, our sense of urgency to to plan ahead and to thrive. With nothing more than light to give meaning to one's path. Nothing more but a spark of a dream of something better. In my life, I seek to see beyond the obvious, and for tomorrow, originality. Vilamoura.
The 30mm Titan is a further development of Allen's high-performance XHL block range. Featuring titanium sheave and ceramic ball bearing gives a Titan a 30% weight reduction. Ceramic ball bearings perform better in salt water and have a high rolling speed when compared to stainless steel ball bearings. Developed to take extremely high static loads without compromising on low load dynamic performance. Ideal for vang systems and spinnaker halyards. Also available in a special design for the Ilka class, the 30mm Titan block available from Allen.
Today we will be filming a video to show how to trim an international 420.
Welcome to the Yacht Club of Greece in Piraeus. My name is Nick Drougas and I work with the International 420 class as a coach, helping to run development programs around the world.
We will look at the boat setup both on shore and on the water. Firstly, we need to find the basic setting. Each sail loft creates its own tuning guide to help us set up our boat to sail fast. These guides include information on how to set up the mast step, spreaders, rake and pre-bend. To measure the mast step's position, we project the back of the mast step on the side with the help of a ruler. We set the measuring tape on it and measure to the back of the boat. The mast step position varies depending on our mast stiffness, our weight and our sail shape. The spreaders are key to supporting the mast and controlling the mast shape. To measure the spreader's length, we set the measuring tape under the spreader bracket at the widest point at the side of the mast, up to the middle of the shroud wire. Make sure the headstay is the required length, otherwise you will have difficulties to pin down for heavier conditions. Push the mast all the way to the back to stretch the headstay wire to its maximum. The widest part of the mast should be inside the aft point of the mast gate. First, we raise the measuring tape by pulling the main halyard up the mast until the measuring tape shows 490 centimeters at the gooseneck's white band. We pull on tension while looking at the tension meter, which stands at the shrouds. The mast begins to bend and moves forward at the mast gate. We continue to pull on tension until it reaches 235 kilos on the shroud. We then measure to the stern, and this gives the actual measurement of the rake. We then check the rake, and if it is 1 centimeter more than 610 centimeters, we pin down. Conversely, if we reach a lower rake than 608 centimeters, we pin up. A pinhole change gives us an approximate 3 centimeter difference. Always double-check the fast pins on both sides are in the same hole. Set a reference tension mark at the mast by the hook of the tension. After we set the rake, we continue by making the spreaders smile. We measure them both to be equal at the required happy height, and then we secure them with a thread, so we do not have to measure them every single time we pull on tension. We stand on the side of the boat, we close one eye, and with the other eye we line up the 2 shrouds below the spreaders. We continue looking at the upper part of the spreaders to check whether the shrouds are in line. If the other side is further forward, we close that side, or we open it if it is further back. It is useful to set a reference mark on the mast to show which way to turn the adjusters to open and close the spreader position. Now the spreaders are in the required position, with equal height and symmetrical fore and aft. The only thing remaining is to close or open the spreaders to reach the suggested mast bend. We measure the bend of the mast with the halyard touching the track of the mainsail at the gooseneck level, and we continue by measuring the distance between the mast and the inside of the halyard at the spreaders level. We pin down to the next hole and we open approximately 1 turn on the spreaders, pulling the tension to the required number following the tuning guide for medium setting. We measure the pre-bend and if needed, we make fine adjustments to reach the required pre-bend. We should try to center the mast in the mast gate and fill up any gaps with mylar or Teflon tape. Similarly, any gaps between the rudder head and the foil should be filled in the same way. Flip the boat onto its side with full tension on and with the hull of the boat facing the wind. Be careful to make sure that the gunwale and the chain plate of the boat are not touching the body of the trolley at any point to avoid damage. Wobble the centerboard sideways, and if there is a lot of movement, any space between the centerboard and the centerboard case should be filled with mylar or Teflon tape. The jib as a sail has two disadvantages compared to a mainsail. Firstly, the jib is attached only at the luff to the boat, and secondly, it partly overlaps the mainsail. This makes the trim of the jib difficult because we cannot clearly see the shape of the leech in the foot while we are positioned on the windward side of the boat. Over the years, sailors and coaches have developed several ways to adjust the jib more accurately and repeat a nice setup. Together, we will go through these useful tips. With E-tape, we set two reference marks approximately 12 centimeters and 16 centimeters from the shroud to trim the jib's leech properly. These marks will help us to communicate about the jib's trim between the crew and coach. We set several marks on the front of the boat where the jib foot touches the deck. These marks will help us to control the jib foot depth quite accurately, so we can also easily repeat the same trimming. Cunningham. The main reason for using the Cunningham is to adjust the position of the deepest point of the sail. In light wind, there should be a few short wrinkles at the front of the sail. As the wind increases, we progressively tighten the Cunningham to remove the wrinkles. In strong wind, we pull the Cunningham tight. While we sail upwind, once we find a good trim of the jib, we set a reference point with a marker just after the cleat, so it can be visible to us. A better and more precise way to trim the jib is to stick numbered tape 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the boat. On the jib sheet, we mark a point with vivid colour marker. While hiking, it is then easier to look at the numbering and set the proper tension at the foot and leech of the jib. When sailing upwind, we trim the windward jib sheet to help us make the jib more powerful. With the help of a permanent marker, we also set up a reference mark just after the cleat for easy setting. The mainsail is quite an easy sail to set up, but needs more time for adjustments. Two sides of the mainsail are attached, the luff to the mast and the foot to the boom, and that makes it easier to control. Another reason this makes the fine setup of the main more straightforward is that both of the crew members can look at it and have a clear opinion. The mainsail requires more time to adjust because there are several systems, like the boom vang, bridle, outhaul, Cunningham and chocks that can be adjusted, and we will explain these next. Chocks are a useful system to control the mast bend. By adding chocks, you force the mast to move backwards, which reduces the mast bend mostly below the spreaders bracket. Negative chocks are useful in very light winds. If we want to reduce the depth, we remove 1 or 2 chocks and we pull the rope of the negative chocks to force the mast to fill the gap, which increases the mast bend mostly below the spreader level. In heavy air, we keep the rope in the cleat and tight, preventing the mast from breaking. The bridle is used to keep the boom as close as possible to the center of the boat. You adjust the height of it by pulling or releasing the strops within the clam cleat. You always try to keep the strops equal by measuring them at the center of the boat, or by having a reference mark on the rope. The main sheet controls the position of the boom and how far away or close to the center of the boat it will be. Additionally, in light conditions, it controls the leech tension of the main sail. This small rope controls the distance between the mainsail luff and the back of the mast at the gooseneck level, while the rest of the luff is in the mast track. By adjusting the tack tie, we can affect the depth of the area around the tack by approximately 70 centimeters. Outhaul is controlling the depth of the mainsail at the lower part, below the spreader level. Outhaul also affects the angle of the leach at the lower batten. With the spreaders, you can control the depth of the middle of the mainsail. By opening them, you can make the sail deeper, and the opposite when you close them. The boomvang is a very useful system to control the leach tension for light, medium, and up to very heavy air. However, by pulling on it, a large part of the sail becomes flatter. The main reason for using the Cunningham is to adjust the position of the deepest point of the sail. When the wind flow starts to increase around the mainsail, slowly the deepest point of the draft moves backwards compared to the ideal position. By pulling the Cunningham, you move the draft forward. We hope you found this video useful, but if you have further questions, you can contact us via media@420sailing.org.
November, Romeo Alpha Lima Golf, Faro Tower, bom dia. Runway 28, clear to land.
Everything is still here as you left it. Welcome back to the Algarve. It was always here waiting for you. Here there is always a hand and a smile to make you feel safe and at home. Take a deep breath and feel the salty sea breeze mixed with the green. Rise up and fill yourself with fresh air. Enjoy every breeze and let yourself go. Then, hold your breath for a moment and let yourself emerge into our sea. Open all your senses and share every moment. Rediscover, rebond, relax. Welcome back to the Algarve.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with 2 people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Nothing more than a footprint in the sand. This is the only trace of myself I want to leave behind. How can we improve our surroundings? Evolve without damaging our nature, our atmosphere. I've asked this question many times before. The answer is with reason, science, and peace. That is our purpose, our mission, our sense of urgency to plan ahead and to thrive. With nothing more than light to give meaning to one's path. Nothing more but a spark of a dream of something better. In my life, I seek to see beyond the obvious, and for tomorrow, originality. Vilamoura.
30mm Titan is a further development of Allen's high-performance XHL block range. Featuring titanium sheave and ceramic ball bearing gives a Titan a 30% weight reduction. Ceramic ball bearings perform better in salt water and have a high rolling speed when compared to stainless steel ball bearings, developed to take extremely high static loads without compromising on low load dynamic performance, ideal for vang systems and spinnaker halyards. Also available in a special design for the Ilka class, the 30mm Titan block, available from Allen.
Today we will be filming a video to show how to trim an International 420.
Welcome to the Yacht Club of Greece in Piraeus. My name is Nick Drougas and I work with the International 420 class as a coach, helping to run development programs around the world.
We will look at the boat setup both on shore and on the water. Firstly, we need to find the basic setting. Each sail loft creates its own tuning guide to help us set up our boat to sail fast. These guides include information on how to set up the mast step, spreaders, rake and pre-bend. To measure the mast step's position, we project the back of the mast step on the side with the help of a ruler. We set the measuring tape on it and measure to the back of the boat. The mast step position varies depending on our mast stiffness, our weight and our sail shape. The spreaders are key to supporting the mast and controlling the mast shape. To measure the spreader's length, we set the measuring tape under the spreader bracket at the widest point at the side of the mast, up to the middle of the shroud wire. Make sure the headstay is the required length, otherwise you will have difficulties to pin down for heavier conditions. Push the mast all the way to the back to stretch the headstay wire to its maximum. The widest part of the mast should be inside the aft point of the mast gate. First, we raise the measuring tape by pulling the main halyard up the mast until the measuring tape shows 490 centimeters at the gooseneck's white band.
Be able to broadcast this race all the way, and that's the start. That's the start. So this was a clear start from race number 5. This is the yellow group. Great conditions in Vilamoura for the Pro Group for 20 Junior European Championships that will finish tomorrow. So a clear start for race number 5, the yellow group. We will shortly we will have the overall scores after race number 4. Oh, we see a collision there and a capsize. Hopefully nobody got hurt from that collision. Spectacular conditions today in Vilamoura, the wind blowing from the west around 13-14 knots now. I know that the overall leaders on the 4th race today didn't finish as well as the previous races. I believe they were 11th, but they will discard that score and still use the 2nd place that they had in the pocket. So they'll still be leading overall.
Ok, vou ficar sem baixo, tenho o teu corpo à frente. E aí, estou a ver. Diz.
The winners of race number 4 on the yellow group were the Greek team, Dimitrios with the Cleo. And the winners of the blue fleet were Spanish team, Jan Clive and Finn from Spain. They were lying 2nd overall. So they will be on 5 points. They will be just 1 point behind the lead.
Olha, meta o plano lá de cima. Meta o plano lá de cima. Meta o plano lá de cima. Eu vou voltar para trás. Metam o plano lá de cima para eu ir para trás. Ok, bora.
We will go back now to the blue. The blue fleet will be starting shortly.
Vamos ter que fazer isto. A questão é que eles têm que tirar do ar antes.
The yellow fleet is on their way upwind, and we will see the start of the blue fleet.
Temos que fazer isto. Eles têm que demoraram muito tempo a tirar-me do ar para tu poderes dar a curva logo. Ok.
We're here in Vilamoura for the Junior 420 Junior European Championships, a pro group organizing this beautiful regatta. The conditions are great today, looking about 14 knots from the westerly winds. We had one race already finished today, successfully finished today. Unfortunately, some teams were disqualified for being over the line on the yellow group, and we are now on the starting procedure for the second race of the blue group that we will follow shortly. And after that, we will also see the under 17 start, and we will follow that race from the beginning until the end. This is the angle from the shore. Our camera boat on the water is just positioning so that we can get the best angle to see the start of the blue fleet. Pro group already organized many successful events in the 470 class and many Olympic classes in the Dragon class, and this week we have this Junior 420 Europeans. We are on race number 5. It's about 4 minutes for the start on the blue group. And here we are from the water, from the race course. We can see the race committee boats. We have the warning signal for the blue group. We are less than 3 minutes for the start. The wind built up a little bit from this morning. We can see the warning signal is that blue flag with the 420 logo. That when that flag goes up is 5 minutes for the start. The next signal will be the last minute. We can see Luís Raposo positioning himself to see if anybody's crossing the line before the start. And the boats are starting to line up. It's hard to see from here, but on the right hand side of your screen there will be another flag. We can see it now. There's another flag on the other end of the line. The start is between these two orange flags. Our last minute gun will be coming shortly. You'll be able to see that flag, red and white flag going down. That will mean 1 minute. Here we go. 1 minute to the start. All the boats lining up nicely. Doesn't look like they're pushing the line. We can see in the middle of the line the boats are not that close to the line. So good opportunities to have a good start in the middle of the line if you can acknowledge where the line is. It's very hard to to understand. Once you're in the middle of the line, it's hard to understand how far from the line you are. We're talking about junior sailing. Just a few seconds to the start. We will see those sails stop flapping and boats start moving forward shortly. You can see in the middle of the line they're already moving. And that was the start. That was the starting gun. Looks like there was a clear start. This is the blue fleet on the open group. It's hard to tell from here which side of the line was favored, but on the previous race it felt like the left-hand side was paid. Still some teams trying here, tacking after the start and trying the right-hand side of the course, hoping for a right-hand shift. Not many teams attacked straight after the start. Most teams kept on starboard going left. Oh, here we have a few more that attack, but majority of the fleet still on starboard going left. Beautiful conditions. I wish I was there sailing myself. We will follow just a little bit of this upwind leg of the blue fleet, and I believe we're going to move into the under 17 starting procedure and follow that race. Meanwhile, we'll just a little bit of overview of the fleet going upwind.
Ok, ou isso, se quiseres tirar motor, esperar que eles passem aqui, vocês podem. Não podes? Ok.
Sea state a little bit bumpy, very hard for our operators, camera operator and our Evo, our rib driver, to keep steady, the boat steady for the cameraman to get the best shot for us. I'm sure some of you watching this racing are parents of these kids sailing, all hoping to see your son or your daughter performing. Sailing such a beautiful sport. I'm sure you're all proud of your kids out there sailing for these European Championships. Well, the Swiss team, the crew sailing barefoot. Tough kid. So some teams going to the right-hand side. Still think the left was a little bit better. But if you don't have a good start, you need to try something, and I'm sure these kids are keen to try and have a good result. So if they don't have a good start, they will do something. They'll try to do something different and try to hope for a wind shift or something that will give them an advantage. So now we're going to move. We saw the start and the first part of the first beat of the blue group on this race number 5, and we are going to be shortly back with the starting procedure of the under 17 fleet. I'll be back with you in a minute.
Está cá embaixo ou não? Ok. Ok. Ele venha para o barco de júri. Entendi isso. Vai para o barco da Cruzão de Regatas, que eu vou para o barco dos outros. Vou ficar aqui à espera que ele chegue e ir lá para cima, a ver se ele não se atrasa muito. É melhor garantir eu aqui. Mas porquê é que trocaste os cameramans? Vou fazer velas. Fazer velas. Um super zoom. Tá bom? Já tem mais um visto? Ver se eu posso tirar.
3, 2, 1.
I'm back here with you guys for this action in Vilamoura. It's the Pro Group for 20 Junior Europeans, and we are on race number 5. We've seen the starts of the open fleet yellow and blue group, and now we are on the starting procedure. We are inside the 5-minute gun, and we are going to follow the under 17 start. And then follow the whole race through. Hopefully we'll be able to show the whole race. We ran some technical problems earlier this morning due to the lack of signal out there. Our race officer was far out and the signal wasn't great. But we relocated the race course so that we could have still a good race area, but be able to broadcast this racing to you guys.
Diz. Eu venho aqui. Arrancamos ou deixamos arrancar e vamos por trás da frota até lá. O que é que tu achas? Ele faz o acompanhamento que nós fizemos e nós arrancamos, já nos chegamos lá a tempo. Vamos por trás da frota.
Não, nós chegamos lá acima a tempo.
Deixa-me ver aqui, ele está aqui, olha, vem aqui, vem aqui.
Ele está ali naquele barco. Ele
está ali. Está agora.
Carlos, senta-te lá bem aí. Mira, chega aqui.
So we are just waiting for our cameraman to reposition so we can follow the start of race number 5 for the under 17 fleet. We already have some updated results after race 4. We will let you know shortly. So as we already knew, the Italian team would still keep their lead despite their result on the race number 4, as they were dropping a second place from their overall score, and they had a good lead. So at the moment they are just clear 1 point ahead of the Spanish team, Ian, Clive, and Finn, Spanish team. And we got Mark and Ramon from Spain lying 3rd overall now, and Jamie and Mariano also from Spain in 4th. This is the under 17 overall results for the moment. See the German teams 1st and 2nd overall. But that those results were after 3 races. We have an update from after race number 4. We still have Severin and Javier leading the overall with 7 points, a big lead to Jakovin and Danai from Greece on 16 points. And the Portuguese team, Afonso and Duarte, with 17 points, very close between 2nd and 6th. And here we go. We have the under 17 now. The fleet lining up for the start. Is less than a minute to go, Only a few seconds to the start. I can't really see the pin end. Now there's the pin end, so we're still okay for a clear start. Maybe we can see the Swiss boat pushing it in the middle of the line. Here we go. And the French. Oh, I think this is going to be a general recall. Here we go. We can see that first substitute flag going up straight away. Most boats crossing that line too early, and the race officer will only let the race go if they can identify all the boats that were over the line. If they cannot do that, if there's more boats over the line that they cannot identify, then they will ask the whole fleet to go back and try again. Probably now the race officer will go on a black flag.
Ok, ok. Chamada geral, informem o Pedro por chamada geral. Informem o Pedro.
So this is the footage from the pin end. All these boats, they will be going back to the start.
Ouviram? Tira-me do ar que eu vou lá para o meio dos barcos. Tira-me do ar. Ou tens que me dizer quando eu estou no ar ou não estou.
So we're probably going to have a small delay now for the start of this under 17 fleet. See here the Portuguese team, local team. So we have a short break before we go back into the starting procedure for the under 17 fleet. Stand by, we will be back in a few minutes. So here we are back in the race course with the start for the under 17 fleet. This is race number 5, and the race officer called a general recall as majority of the fleet were over the line at the start, and now they're going to start under a black flag. So that means that whoever is over the line on the last minute is automatically disqualified and not able to race, to sail the race. We're less than 4 minutes to the start. Sailors will probably be a little bit more careful on this starting procedure as we have the black flag up. It's very expensive to be called over the line with the black flag. You get disqualified. That's a very bad score.
We had 7 boats black flagged in this fleet in the last race, so they need to be careful.
On race number 4.
Yeah.
Yes, we had the Spanish Marisa and Fernando. They were black flagged, and also the Polish team Jan and Kapar. Some other teams further down the list. The Swiss Nino Livio and Camilo.
Informa o Pedro, o plano da Câmara 2 estão em segundo lugar. Estas são mais. Estão em segundo lugar, estas miúdas do sub-17 estão no plano da Câmara 2. Sub-17 estão em segundo lugar.
We're less than a minute to the start. Hopefully this race will go ahead with no more general recalls and no disqualifications. We can see the pin end clear on the right hand side of the screen. It's now with this angle we cannot see it, but here we go. There's the pin. Orange flag on that right hand side. Feels like the fleet is not pushing too much. There's a few boats here closer to the committee boat. There's the countdown, the final countdown for the start. Here we go, that's the start. So you can see the Polish team, the first boat to the pin end. Looks like the first impression is that they're leading the race, but keep in mind we're going upwind, so they still have to tack and get across the whole fleet. The fleet is coming on starboard with the right of way. So for the teams that start at the pin to consolidate a possible lead, they have to be able to tack across and cross without interfering with the boats on starboard tack. This is very nice winds here, about 14-15 knots maybe. Teams having to work hard, keep the boats flat. Jan and Kappa. They started from the pin end. Good start. They were lying 9th overall before this race. They were black flagged on the first race today. They pushed a little bit with that start. They were not conservative, Jackie.
No, so fingers crossed for them that they are okay this time. And we can see Portugal 57281 at the front there. That's Alfonso and Duarte. They're lying 3rd after the 4th race.
Let's see what side of the course will pay here, because we've seen the left-hand side pay before. but as I mentioned before, sometimes you can see some right hand shifts going back in the shore, especially later in the day. There's a tendency for the wind to go right, and so the sailor is a little bit of a gamble. The sailors have to look on the distance on the race course and try to understand what's going to happen, and then make their decision if they want to go left or right on the race course. But normally the breeze is a little bit stronger on the left, but the shift could work for the boats on the right hand side. So let's wait and see who's doing better. Here on the right hand side we also have this German team, 57219, Valentina and Lee. They were 6 overall before this race. They won the first race of the day. The Portuguese had a better start and managed to tack to the right hand side, bow forward and to windward of the Germans, as we can see.
And it's great to see the Brazilian boat up there. We only have one Brazilian boat here, and we haven't seen them at our Junior Europeans before, so
Lucas
this
and
is good.
Victoria. They don't look like they had the best start. Let's keep in mind that they look bow forward on the fleet, but they're to leeward. That means that when they tack, they might cross behind a majority of the boats. From this angle, it feels like for those who are following and not so experienced in sailing, it feels like this is the lead of the fleet. But the further to windward the boats are, the less distance they have to sail. They're closer to the top mark. Well, we saw the Polish on the left-hand side with good breeze. Looking here at the Brazilians, it doesn't look like they have less breeze here on the right-hand side than they had on the left-hand side, the Polish. So if that stays like that, maybe the right hand could become very strong on this upwind. So we can see some of the boats on the right-hand side tacking across, and they look like they have a really good angle here, and so the right-hand side starting to pay. Be interesting to see what the Polish are doing from the left-hand side of the course. And we can see lots of boats on the distance, but it's hard to tell if that's the fleet. If that's the yellow fleet, for example, on the outer loop, or if there's the boats that started on the pin. Here's the Polish. We can see that they're not. I wonder if this is the Polish team. No, this is not the Polish team we saw at the start. This is a different sail number. This is 57082. So that's not a reference from the beginning of the race. And it doesn't look like they have a lot of pressure here on the left-hand side. When we saw the Brazilians and those Brazilians and the Portuguese and the Germans on the right-hand side, it felt like they had more breeze on the right-hand side. So might be working better on that side.
This team is Philippe and Christophe, and actually they're an under 15 boat, so two very young sailors.
Very young sailors. They could be still sailing optimists.
And they received a black flag in the last race as well, so they will be trying to make up for that.
Yes, it doesn't look like they had the best start. Probably afraid of getting another black flag. They didn't push it much. Now we're back into the right-hand side of the course. We can see the Portuguese doing really well here. Afonso and Duarte. You can see they might be leading the race. This is the front of the race. This is the under 17 race number 5. Looks to me like the Portuguese are leading the race from the Germans. The Brazilians are doing also very good. The right hand side paid big time on this first beat. We could see that they had plenty of breeze on the right hand side. Normally the right pays if the wind is with the same strength on both sides. You always get a little right hand shift further to the right of the course. Beautiful conditions in Vilamoura today, Jackie.
It certainly is, and it's nice to actually see some wind.
Well,
I'm sure the
happens,
sailors
happens so often that the sailors go to a venue and they have beautiful training days, and then when the regatta starts, the wind disappears. So we had a couple of days with a little wind, but this is for sure compensating for all that weight.
I'm sure the sailors are enjoying it, and they might be a little bit tired by the time they come in after the 3 races.
They will do 3 races in these conditions. They will sleep well tonight. So from this angle, we cannot see the top mark yet. Portuguese here to windward, crossing the majority of the boats coming on port from the left. Now when we see these boats lining up like this on starboard, question mark is where is the ley line. If for example the Portuguese here to windward, if they've gone too far and they're overstanding the mark, and the boats further to leeward, like for example that Italian or the Austrians to leeward, or the Spanish, sorry, the 2 Spanish boats to leeward, if they're able to lay the top mark from there. We can see some boats across the Portuguese here. The Spanish boat. Oh, here we are at the top mark. We see the American team. Well, the angle we had before wasn't the best for us to see who was leading, but you can see the Americans leading the race, both first and second.
That was Freddie Parkin just going around the mark, so that's actually just flicked to the open fleet.
Okay, all right.
So that must have been going around the top mark for the second time.
Yeah, our cameraman.
On the open fleet, the yellow fleet.
Maybe the fleets are mixed. I believe we have the fleets a bit mixed here. Be a little bit confusing. Somehow the yellow fleet got up with the under 17 fleet, and we have two fleets going around the top mark at the same time. So the Americans are going on a reach. That's so. What we're gonna see is the blue fleet. The blue fleet will go on the reach from that top mark, and the under 17 fleet will head downwind to the bottom gate near the starting line. So.
Espera aí só um bocadinho. Tu me digas que estamos os dois primeiros do outro lado. Ok. Vai para a proa, deixa eu
So this is race number 5 of this Junior European Championships Pro Group in Vilamoura. Both blue fleet on the open class and the under 17 got together on the top mark, so it was a little bit confusing to understand who was leading. So I'm back with you here for this race number 5. We're trying to understand which fleets are going on the reach and which fleets are going downwind. This is the blue fleet going on a reach and towards the downwind leg into the finish, and the under 17 fleet is going downwind for another upwind leg after this.
três. Vamos para a boia. O Pedro quer rondar. Vamos para a boia. Vai, agora aqui. Olha, passa uma câmera pelo teu lado. Ok, então cada chegar à minha posição. Vem aqui dois. O vento está a arrebentar ou está bom? No biofana está a arrebentar. Boia 3.
So we're back into the under 17 fleet here. This is the lead boats going around. Maybe.
They're just trying to test us.
Yes. So the Spanish doing a double tack there just to keep clear winds from the boat in front, American boat. We have the Portuguese boat going around one of the gate marks, well inside the top 10. This is the bottom gate, under 17 fleet for race number 5. They're gonna go upwind and then barrel away on the top mark for a reach, and then a downwind to the finish. Brazilian team, we saw them on the first beat on the right hand side of the course. They were looking good at some stage.
Por isso que para a boia, eles vão agora, okay? Acho que é 3. Eles vão à boia Por isso que para a boia é quando eles estão a ir agora. Ele está lá a chegar. Olha aqui uma olhada, olha aqui uma olhada.
So this is the gate rounding on the leeward side. We see some boats engaging, some incidents. We might see some protests ashore. Pinar will be busy on the jury room.
Unfortunately, when a boat is upside down, we can't identify it. But it looks like the sailors are fine. They just got to get their boat the right way up again.
Well, they pushed really hard around the mark so that they wouldn't leave any room open for the boats coming behind. But that's a common mistake when you're still a junior. You're trying you think that the boat will behind you will overtake, but you just have to be confident, go around the mark full speed. If you execute your turn, then you don't have to worry about the boats behind, because you're fast, you're going fast. And if you're going fast, nobody's going to overtake you.
And as we've just seen, it's one of the British boats. Looks like it's Ellie and B having a bit of a swim. But if they get back up and running, you never know what might happen.
So our rib with the cameras are repositioning themselves so they can so we can see what's going on. This is the blue fleet coming downwind, getting closer to the finish. We're following some teams from the blue group, I believe, on the outer loop course.
This is Theo and Liam from Switzerland. They were again another one of the Youth World boats. They didn't have a great first three races, as they have a couple of disqualifications and a retirement.
Oh.
But they're making up for it today. They're having a better day.
That normally doesn't work, eh? Too many letters on the scoreboard normally don't work.
Agora, até eu chegar a 2, eu ir para lá, o isca dá plano. Quando passarem para mim a dar plano na 2, o isca vai para as largadas.
So we can see after when the wind is blowing more than then I believe it's 12 knots or 13 knots, the race committee decides to display the flag that will allow the teams to pump. And you can see the Swiss team pumping the mainsail very hard to try and get the boat to surf down the waves. When the wind is light and the rule doesn't apply, so they just have to be very still. They're going around this green mark and into a reach to the finish. A lot of boats going around that mark at the same time, fighting for their positions. It's the last reach. It's a small leg to the finish.
Unfortunately, it looks like we're not currently able to show you the finishing line, but hopefully that will come back.
So we are now going to go into a break, and hopefully we will be back for the third race of the day. That will be race number 6. We will follow the starts for all the fleets, and then we will see if we can manage to follow one race from start to finish, and give you all the exciting from Vilamoura for this Pro Group for 20 Junior European Championships. We will be back in a few minutes, and I hope you can stay with us and follow the next race. Stand by.
The 30mm Titan is a further development of Allen's high-performance XHL block range. Featuring titanium sheave and ceramic ball bearing, gives a Titan a 30% weight reduction. Ceramic ball bearings perform better in salt water and have a high rolling speed when compared to stainless steel ball bearings. Developed to take extremely high static loads without compromising on low load dynamic performance. Ideal for vang systems and spinnaker halyards. Also available in a special design for the Ilka class, the 30mm Titan block available from Allen.
Today, we will be filming a video to show how to trim an International 420.
Welcome to the Yacht Club of Greece in Piraeus. My name is Nick Drougas and I work with the International 420 class as a coach, helping to run development programs around the world.
We will look at the boat setup both on shore and on the water. Firstly, we need to find the basic setting. Each sail loft creates its own tuning guide to help us set up our boat to sail fast. These guides include information on how to set up the mast step, spreaders, rake and pre-bend. To measure the mast step's position, we project the back of the mast step.
Diz. Quem é que está a falar? Quem é que está a falar contigo? Eu não estou a ouvir. Quem?
So we are following the under 17 fleet on this race number 5. This is the lead boat, Miguel Angel and Alejandro, going downwind for a last mark rounding before a small reach to the finish. And this is Kelly Hammond and Ava Stevens, also doing really well on this race. They haven't had a very good start of the series. They were lying 40th overall. This is the lead boat, the Spanish team. So this is the last mark rounding before the finish. Spanish team looking good to win this race. Huge lead. Over the other boats. So that's the finish of the race number 5. Spanish team winning this race.
Vem os próximos da câmara 2.
So this is a boat that is coming second in this race. I believe that was Emily and Emily from Germany. Second in race number 5. No, that's not Emily and Emily. That was Valentina and Lee, second in this race. We can see now a bigger pack of boats coming down to that leeward gate to get around and into the last reach to the finish. It's quite a tight reach to keep the spinnaker up, but a lot of boats there going around the mark at the same time. believe this is a Greek team. It's a Portuguese team in fourth. It's Afonso and Duarte. Then three Greek teams coming across the finish line. And the Italians, some Italians, Brazilians and Germans.
Ok, prepara-se para tirar esta câmara do ar. E agora vai haver intervalo até a próxima largada. Ok? Ouviram?
So we've seen the race number 5 of the under-17 fleet. We will get ready for race number 6. We will follow one of the fleets. We'll come back shortly and show you more excitement from Vilamoura. Stay by and watch this beautiful sailing. 420 sailing in Vilamoura in a few minutes.
November, Romeo Alpha Lima Golf, Faro Tower, bom dia. Runway 28, clear to land.
Everything is still here as you left it. Welcome back to the Algarve. It was always here waiting for you. Here there is always a hand and a smile to make you feel safe and at home. Take a deep breath and feel the salty sea breeze mixed with the green. Rise up and fill yourself with fresh air. Enjoy every breeze and let yourself go. Then, hold your breath for a moment and let yourself emerge into our sea. Open all your senses and share every moment. Rediscover, rebond, relax. Welcome back to the Algarve.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
So this is the start for race number 6. It's the yellow group. We have an angle here from the pin end side. We have a general recall, so most of the boats in the middle of the line were over, and the race officer decided to call the whole fleet back. We're going to have a new start for this race number 6. So we can see all the boats going back now. We had already 2 races today, beautiful conditions. The fleets got around the race course for 2 races today. The wind blowing from the west and blowing around 12 knots, sometimes a little bit stronger. So that's first substitute going down. It means 6 minutes to the start. This camera from the shore showing the whole race course, all the boats waiting for their start. The yellow group will go first. Very hot day today in Vilamoura. Temperatures going up to 40 degrees. But good wind to fulfill the whole schedule for the day. 3 races. That was the 5-minute gun for the yellow fleet. We will try to follow the whole race around for the yellow group. We're now waiting to show you the race number 6 for the yellow fleet. We are on the starting procedure. Our cameramen are just positioning to get the best angle to show you the action. We're now on the last minute to the start for the yellow fleet. Here we go. This is the last minute. We can see the fleet lining up for the start. We see more boats trying to start closer to the committee boat, as the right-hand side of the course have been more favored later in the day. We don't see as many boats trying to start at the pin. So here we go, and this is the start. So no more signals means a clear start. The Spanish there with a good start. If there's no individual recall, it was a really good start from the Spanish. The wind has dropped a lot from the previous race. You can see the crew are not that far out on the trapeze. Italian team double tacked here to spread a little bit from the fleet and have clear winds. The Portuguese started close to the committee boat and tacked to the right hand side. You can see here is Slovenian team. Now we're back into the left-hand side of the course with the team from Great Britain. See a few boats to windward in better shape. So we have an update here on the overall scores. We have a change of leader overall. The Spanish, Jan Clive and Finn, now leading on 7 points. The Italian girls finished 7th on that race number 5 and moved down to 2nd with 11 points. We also seen Freddie and Asha from USA move up the ladder quite a lot today after 3rd and the 1st. on races 4 and 5. They are now 4th overall. You can see the wind dropped a lot. Hopefully they will manage to finish this race. So the English team rolling into attack. Looks like the wind has dropped a little bit here on the left. They don't look that good now after the attack. They're now crossing most of the fleet. So see the Turkish here. They look good, but once they attack, they need to get across the rest of the fleet. They're rolling into attack. A nice attack from the Turks. Looks like that group in the middle of the course is looking better, in better shape. Turkish team, Alp and Cem, they had a 10 and an 8 today. They are 17th overall. French team crossing ahead of them onto the left-hand side. Also rolling into attack. I believe we have about 8 or 9 knots at the moment. It's another Turkish team here. Looking to be probably around top 5, top 10 in this race. It's all relative to the angles that the boats are doing on the other side of the course. We have a very good angle here of the fleet. Our camera guy is doing a great job here to show us the best they can what's going on. You can see the majority of the fleet now on port tack going right. Now we can see here on the right hand side, you can see the boats. The boats are further left, are looking better. A lot further to windward. That means when they get across, these boats will be leading that pack from the right. So this is the first upwind leg of race 6, is the yellow group. The wind has dropped a little bit, but it looks quite stable. It's all about finding the pressure, staying away from those holes that have less winds. You don't want to get stuck in an area that the wind is lighter. race number 6. First upwind, halfway up the beat. We have 155 420 teams racing for the European Championships in Vilamoura. Getting closer to the top mark. The boats that went left on this first bit looking in better shape. You can see the boats on the right hand side, they're all back on starboard tack, probably getting close to the lay for the top mark. We have our cameraman getting closer and closer to the top mark, so we'll be able to see who's done well. Oh, there's a big wind shift. We can see some boats that went to the right. They actually managed to hoist the spinnakers before the top mark, and well, we will have to see if the race committee will take further action and abandon this race, or if they're gonna let this. We're probably gonna see a race abandoned here. That's probably what we are going to see. With such a wind shift, it wouldn't be fair. On the Portuguese going around the mark, the top 5. We saw them going right in the beginning. I believe the race has been abandoned. We just saw the rib going across with the flag. This race has been abandoned due to a huge wind shift to the right. It's a little bit late on the day, but kids are here to race. We can see our PRO Nino Shmueli on the rib. He goes to the rib to make sure he can see all around the race course to make the right decisions, and that's what he's done.
Can you explain what happened, please? Yes, we had a 20 degrees shift to the right, 30 degrees to the right, and we abandoned the race. And we are going to try it again. As you can see, the wind is coming now from 320, and we start with 280. So it's a big shift, and we have a favor on the right side. So everybody's going back. We'll try again. Thank you, Nino. That's life. Thank you. Bye.
Well, I hope you all heard our comments from our PRO, and on the race course we just seen a huge shift, a massive right-hand shift around 40 degrees. The wind, they started the race with the 280 winds, and we could see the wind was dropping a little bit, and now it's filling up from a little bit further north from 320. So our race management team will relocate the race course, set all the marks, set the start. We trust them that they will do it as quick as possible so we can get this race number 6 on the way. We're going to go for a short break and we'll come back as soon as the racing is ready to go.
Olha, ele está aqui ao teu lado, está difícil deixar com ele, depois ele vir aqui.
November, Romeo Alpha Lima Golf, Faro Tower, bom dia. Runway 28, clear to land.
Everything is still here as you left it. Welcome back to the Algarve. It was always here waiting for you. Here there is always a hand and a smile to make you feel safe and at home. Take a deep breath and feel the salty sea breeze mixed with the green. Rise up and fill yourself with fresh air. Enjoy every breeze and let yourself go. Then, hold your breath for a moment and let yourself emerge into our sea. Open all your senses and share every moment. Rediscover, rebond, relax. Welcome back to the Algarve.
I think the 420 is a great progression boat because you'll learn a lot of skills that actually no other boat really offers. You know, the spinnaker, the pole, the basics of angle sailing and teamwork. I think they're a great progression.
Well, it was a very nice switch coming from the Optimist where you sailed by yourself to sail with someone else. I always think that winning with another person in the boat is so much more fun than winning alone.
I had a lot of fun in the 420 class, perhaps a little bit too much fun at times. I guess travelling with some of your best friends and starting to get a sense of freedom and responsibility as you're growing up together is a pretty cool way to experience the world. The 420 is a great pathway class onto Olympic sailing. The racing is super tight, there's really large fleets which gives you fantastical tactical skills. You also learn to work in a team, which is really important even if you do go on to single-handed sailing. You can go out in almost all weathers and it has a great balance of fun and competitiveness. I guess some of the key skills I learned from the 420 class was how to work best in a team. We had great coaching which helped develop my tactical sailing knowledge. And it also started me on my slow journey, which is still ongoing, learning about boat prep and management.
The 420 class gave me many skills. It's the perfect boat to sail before the 470, so I think it made me learn teamwork. I go from sailing an optimist on my own to sailing the 420 with two people, and so it really started my journey of teamwork before jumping into the 470.
Nothing more than a footprint in the sand. This is the only trace of myself I want to leave behind. How can we improve our surroundings? Evolve without damaging our nature, our atmosphere. I've asked this question many times before. The answer is with reason, science, and peace. That is our purpose, our mission, our sense of urgency to plan ahead and to thrive. With nothing more than light to give meaning to one's path. Nothing more but a spark of a dream of something better. In my life, I seek to see beyond the obvious, and for tomorrow, originality. Inframura.
30mm Titan is a further development of Allen's high-performance XHL block range. Featuring titanium sheave and ceramic ball bearing, gives a Titan a 30% weight reduction. Ceramic ball bearings perform better in salt water and have a high rolling speed when compared to stainless steel ball bearings. Developed to take extremely high static loads without compromising on low load dynamic performance. Ideal for vang systems and spinnaker halyards. Also available in a special design for the Ilka class, the 30mm Titan block, available from Allen.
Welcome back to Vilamoura for the Junior European Championships. We are now ready to go on with race number 6. We had our race abandoned after a huge, massive right-hand shift, and our race officer managed to set the course quickly so we can get this last race of the day on its way. We're on a final minute for the yellow fleet. The wind is blowing from 320 or 330 and about 10 knots of wind. We're just going to the start, and that's the start. Race number 6. Looks like a race is on its way. It was under a black flag, so if any boats were over the line, we will know on the scoreboard. Have an Israeli team managed to get a good start on the committee boat and tack right away to the right hand side. Now that the wind has shifted to the right, a more northerly wind, we see the wind building.
These boys, Roy and Ariel, were second at the Youth Worlds in the men's fleet.
Did a good job of this start. And we had the wind earlier on from 250, and little swell built up from that direction. Now with the wind blowing from the north, you can see the speed of the boats. That's due to the wind strength, but also from the swell that it's coming from 250. So probably we can see at some moments boats accelerating. They're surfing down a wave that's coming from the westerly, southwesterly. Look at that French boat now with a good surfing wave. It's going pretty fast. The Israeli were bow forward on the French, and now clearly French bow forward on the Israelis. You don't see that very often. It's only due to these waves. If you manage to get the boat going on the wave, you keep surfing, and if you hold on to that momentum, you're just launched, as you can see the French. See a little flapping on the French mainsail, means that the wind's building quite nicely. They're moving super fast upwind.
So before this race, the Israeli boat were lying 5th.
Very impressed with this French boat speed upwind. It's amazing. They are just launched. They took off from the fleet. Well, looking at from this angle, the Israeli team feels like they're quite high on port. I wonder if they tack, if they will be able to get to the boats on the left. Maybe there's a small shift on the left-hand side. The French is tacked, and they're crossing most of the fleet. But we can see some boats on the far end, on the far left end of the race course, that could be ahead of the French. We have our cameraman speeding up to the top mark so we can see better when they approach the mark. Well, it's better we keep this view over the race course from the shore, and as soon as our boat gets to the top mark, we'll have a more stable image and more clear information. The blue fleet is now on the starting procedure for race number 6. We're going to be following the yellow fleet around the course. We can see the sails flapping. Here we are. This is the top mark. Feels like some boats already went around the mark. Looks like it's that French boat. I don't think this is our top mark. Our marks are green. Checky, this is just a mark that's laid in the middle of the course. It's nothing to do with our course. Looks like the blue fleet is on the way on the first beat, and shortly the under 17 fleet will be on their starting procedure. Eles esqueçam essa boia laranja, não faz parte do curso. Okay. We're now getting close to the top mark. We'll be able to understand who's done well on this first beat of race number 6. We saw the French and the Israeli playing the right-hand side of the course. We had this feeling that the French were flying upwind, catching some waves that are still coming from southwesterly due to the wind direction this morning. The sea state will probably get a lot flatter as we go because the wind has shifted to the right. We have now the northerly around 3:30. Will be a bit more shifty. There's good wind there. French team doing a great job, looking really solid. Now, good boat speed is a tactician's best friend. When you're fast, it doesn't really matter where you go. You can go left or right. If you're faster than everyone else, you'll get there in the front.
You still need to go in the right direction at the end of the day.
This is race number 6 for the Pro Group 420 Junior European Championships. This is the yellow group. They're on their first upwind leg, getting close to the top mark. We have a French team that seems to be leading. We'll confirm that as soon as we get closer to the top mark and see if there are any teams coming from the left-hand side of the course looking in better shape. Actually, we do have another team here. It's another French. Here we go. We have actually a Spanish boat leading. There was Paul and Shalabarder from Spain leading the race. They were lying 6 overall. See the Germans actually pushing their way through that mark. Might be an incident. Those 2 French boats going second and third, and another French boat closing the top 5. So 3 French boats doing really well on this race, number 6. We haven't seen much of the Italian girls. That was the Portuguese team there, looking 6 in this race. They were 7th overall before this race, having a good day. You can see the fleet is going on to a reach, so they're not hoisting the spinnakers yet. They are staying high to get a better angle for then hoist the spinnaker all the way to the next mark. Probably a small wind shift to the left. Querem passar a imagem, eu assumo que o outro barco esteja a acompanhar a frente da frota, certo? Este som ambiente ouve-se bem direto. So we are following this reach on race number 6 of the Yellow Fleet. Sea state is quite bumpy, as you can see. It's hard to keep our footage steady. We saw a Spanish team leading the pack around the top mark, and the three French boats doing really well together with the German team. We have our rib speeding up to the front of the fleet so we can see any changes in the front. We can see some of the boats now bearing away to try and hoist the spinnakers. We can see that some of the boats try to hoist the kite, but it's a very tight angle to that mark number 2. Ouve-se a voz deles a dizer imensos palavrões. de ouvir estes comentários, né? Porque não até se passa. 420s are ripping down this reach leg. Some of the competitors try to hoist the kites, but it's a very tight angle. Wind has gone left a little bit, and it makes it really hard to lay the mark with the kite up. That's why we saw in the beginning of this, after the mark roundings, most of the boats staying high without the kites, trying to open the angle a little bit, and then hoisting a little later on to get the maximum speed out of the 420. So the lead boats managed to get across around the mark number 2. We're getting closer and closer to the front of the fleet. Be able to see if any changes on the lead. See now the boat's going a bit slower because they are further further downwind, not on a reach. And we felt there was a little bit of a right shift, but the boat's still on both jibes, both port and starboard jibe going down. Lead boats are mostly on now on port jibe. Our river is still going forward, so we can see who's doing well on this race number 6. I remember the Spanish boat was leading, but looks like French boat overtook both French boats overtook the Spanish, either on that reach or in the beginning of this downwind leg. There's another boat further to windward, but it's hard to tell at this stage if they're going to be across the Spanish as well. Sim, eu já percebi que isto é a parte da frente. Agora ele que se ponha à frente dos barcos para aí 60 ou 70 metros à frente deles, percebes?
Diz ao Pedro que isto é a frente da frota.
E se não temos outro barco para filmar as rondagens e um para acompanhar a Belina, eles continuam sempre a acompanhar os primeiros agora, não é? Que se aproxime mais, o barco não precisa estar tão longe. Sim. Sim, sim. This is the downwind leg for the yellow fleet. See a very dark sky. I'm afraid there's a fire going on ashore, which is a pity. It's the fire season here in Portugal. A terrible scenery. We have this fleet now. We've seen many French boats doing well. On that top mark, we saw 3 French boats on the top 5. We have here an angle on what I believe is the blue fleet. So this is the yellow fleet. My mistake. They're getting closer and closer to the bottom gate. Se eles conseguem fazer aí um plano de quem eles acharem que vai à frente. Here we have the head of the fleet. See the Portuguese doing well. There were 6 around the top mark, but they look like they have climbed up a few places and now challenging for the lead. We see the Spanish team on the right hand side. They were leading the race, but it's now the French, 2 French teams, they're splitting now. 2 French, first and second, and the Portuguese third.
That's the Spanish team have just gone round,
So
followed by another French team.
So 4 boats went around the left-hand mark looking upwind, and 2 boats on the right-hand mark. There's 6 boats, quite a long way from the rest of the fleet. Eu acho que agora acompanhava aqui estes 6 primeiros.
So far, the left-hand mark seems to be favoured.
So this is race number 6 for the Pro Group for 20 Junior European Championships, and race number 6, Yellow Fleet. We are going up the second beat. Now some boats still going downwind, but majority of the fleet already dropped their kites and going upwind. We've seen the Spanish lead first mark, Paul and Shalabarder Alejandro, but then dropped to 5th or 6th after the reach and the downwind leg. And then we saw 2 French teams that I couldn't identify, but 2 French teams leading from the Portuguese.
Como acompanhámos a primeira rodina, lembras-te?
We're now heading to the front, back to the front of the fleet. Try and realize who's been doing well on this first half of the second beat. Looks like a boat coming from the right. So I wonder if that right-hand mark looking upwind actually was a better call. It's a French boat on starboard.
Dá para tentar ver os números desse francês? Dá para tentar perceber qual é o número desse francês que desse modo aqui?
So this French team is the boat we've seen in the first beat going to the right hand side. They were going super fast, Alan and Jules. They were really blasting upwind, but then maybe a small left hand shift gave the Spanish the lead on that top mark, but the French are flying, and they eventually managed to get back into the lead of the race.
They were lying 42nd after race 5, but unfortunately they had a black flag in the 5th race, which won't have helped them. But if they can do well in this one, they'll certainly move up the rankings.
Yes, they haven't had any races inside the top 10. So we can see another boat coming from the right, but my feeling is that the French is clearly across. Looks like they're moving pretty fast through the water compared to the other boats. It's blowing some good wind. We haven't seen much of the Italian girls today. The wind blowing a little bit stronger. Isn't the best conditions for Camilla and Bianca, being a light team. But they still manage, I believe, a 7th and an 11th, and they were still second overall after race 5. So the lead boat from France now pushing to the right-hand side of the course. Rolling into attack now.
O barco agora repara aí bocadinho, pai, espero que os barcos se aproximem mais, isto assim pode estabilizar pouco a imagem, não é?
Looks like the French have built up a really good lead. This is our lead boat. Alan and Jules doing a really good job on race number 6. We have another French boat that looks like they're lying second in this race 6. That second French boat rolling into attack. We might be getting closer to that top mark. It was a fantastic day today on the water. It's the third race that our race management team managed to accomplish. We started with the wind blowing from 250 and 12-14 knots. Then we saw the wind drop a little bit and turn to the right, and now we have wind coming from 330 and build up again up to 12 knots, 10-12 knots. So we can see that the right hand side has been paying because we see a change of leader here. And we must be getting closer to the top mark as we've seen the French team lying second, rolling into attack following this French boat.
So this French boat is Thomas Janitor and Pierre Dean.
Pier Paolo, yeah.
Pier Paolo Dean.
So first and second are the French. And we can see another third French boat going around the top mark. And fourth is the Portuguese, followed by the Spanish. So the Portuguese dropped a couple of boats on this upwind. Beautiful sailing conditions today. Really good job from this French team, having all the top three. But they haven't been doing that well earlier in this series, Jackie.
No, the three at the top don't seem to appear far up the leaderboard at all, so this will make a big difference to all of them.
Yes, from here, from the front, we can see the Spanish that were 6th overall before this race. They are 5th in this race, and we can see the Portuguese that were 7th. They also they were 4th, so they will probably move to 3rd overall after this race. Both the Spanish Ian Clive and Finn and the Italian girls had a good point lead over the rest of the pack, so they might keep that position,
especially with
their discards.
Ian and Finn with a very well, both of those boats with good discards.
Here's the fight for the lead of this race. Both French teams. Thomas and Pier Paolo. They weren't leading halfway the second beat, but they managed to make a move on the right-hand side of the course. Probably have a small technical problem. We'll be back shortly with the lead boats on this race, number 6. Here we are. Ok, boa. E depois eles que deem assim um plano da chegada para irmos vendo quem é que vai chegando, ok? Até ao fim.
Ok, está tudo bem?
Looks like Alan and Jules making a move downwind.
Certainly seem to be working hard on the sails.
can see a lot of pumping there. It's obviously allowed with this wind strength. So rule 42 doesn't apply. We see Alan and Jules rolling into a jibe. This is the crucial moment to see who's going to cross ahead. So they haven't managed to get across.
Now the other boys are jibing. See if they can stay ahead.
Third place we can see Malo and Jan from France closing this podium for race number 6. You can see the sky is pretty dark. Looks like a bad fire going on in the Mont Chic. Which is the mountain just north of Vilamoura. Working hard. You can see here our local sailors. Francisco and José Maria. They were 4th on the top mark, getting ready to roll into a jibe. That's good control. Kept the spinnaker flying. Nice job, boys. They're going to be looking good overall after this race. Here we have our French Malo and Jan, French team 3rd in this race. And here we go, they're pretty close, 1st and 2nd. They're getting inside. Thomas rolling into a jibe. Thomas and Pierpaolo didn't manage to protect the left side. Just heads up is the next mark rounding. It's a left turn, so staying to the left will give you inside rights on the mark. But Thomas and Pierpaolo managed to get around the mark leading.
And the third boat going round, interestingly, take the spinnaker down.
It looks like quite a tight reach.
Tight.
Oops. We can see the tight reach. You can see they're struggling to keep the kites up. Portuguese keeping the spinnaker up as well. Spanish coming 3rd. Spanish coming 5th in this race. 6 is, I believe it was another Spanish boat. Yeah. Really hard to keep that spinnaker. You can see the mainsails flapping.
So we actually saw a Greek boat there, which was maybe third.
No, the Greek were behind the Spanish.
Oh, okay.
They were 7th and 8th, and now it's a New Zealand boat. So this was our race number 6. Was the yellow group, and we're waiting to see some of these the lead boats. Overall, we haven't seen much of them during this race 6, and but the results will come shortly, and we will now go into a break. It was a pleasure to have you all watching this racing, fantastic racing from Vilamoura, and we will show you more action either later on or tomorrow. Thank you all very much for watching.